In work.
Call. Can you please redial?
In work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard a call there from the crew. They were referencing a PFC, which is a private family conference. The flight control position here in Mission Control that is responsible for coordinating and setting those up, specifically the connection from the ground to the crew, is the BME position, which is the biomedical engineer, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant PFC, which is a private family conference. The flight control position here in Mission Control that is responsible for coordinating and setting those up, specifically the connection from the ground to the crew, is the BME position, which is the biomedical engineer, and they ensure crew health and safety by planning, facilitating, and monitoring all activities involving crew health, medical operations, and relevant hardware.
Houston, we're about 60 seconds from the first CCU dump.
Copy.
Okay, Houston, turning the knob, the valve in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Houston copies. Vent started.
Okay, I stopped the dump. We don't like to let the CCUs collapse. I'm going to vent it, let it open back up, and then start the dump again in 10 seconds.
We copy, Victor.
Vent is open. Houston Integrity starting the second CCU dump in 5, 4. Valve closed, venting, and dumping the rest of the second CCU in 10 seconds.
We copy.
Houston Integrity, that is the filled CCU dumps complete. I could actually provide another one for you in about 2 minutes if you want, and actually I would love to do that if that's an option.
And Victor will be happy to take you up on that. For your awareness, the maneuver out of this attitude kicks off at 3:20. And to be perfectly clear, that's when we would want the dump to be complete.
Victor copies.
Integrity Houston, for awareness, we are one command away from clearing the prop cautions that are on the board. And if you want to follow along, you can look on the prop SMPRU display.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're hearing some communication there from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover.
Houston, we're starting the dump in 3 seconds.
Copy.
As they are wrapping up a wastewater dump. These activities typically happen every day. And then they also...
Off the vent, starting in 5.
And they also, the team here in Mission Control also noted that the cautions on the screen that appeared ahead of the earlier return trajectory correction burn are starting to be cleared as they are returning the propulsion system back to a steady state, and they are putting those recovery steps in work after those cautions were received.
Okay, Houston, CCU dump complete.
Copy. Perfect timing. Integrity Houston for awareness. Once we complete this maneuver, we will park the saws and we will let you know, but we are prioritizing getting into configuration to allow you to begin exercise expediently.
Thank you so much, Tess.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Joining me now on console is Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for Artemis II Archer Study. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you, Anna.
And to start, can you tell us a little bit more about your role for this mission?
Well, this is an exciting mission for us because it's the first time that we've had astronauts beyond low Earth orbit in 50 years. And so it's exposure to deep space, which for us is a number of space hazards that we don't get exposure to anywhere in the world or even in low Earth orbit on the International Space Station. So what we're doing is collecting data to understand behavioral health, how crew interacts with Orion systems, how the team works together, and then how sleep affects their performance.
So you mentioned a little bit about the data you'll be collecting, but you go into a little bit more about the devices and how you'll be collecting that data.
We collect some pre-mission data, which is a really important understanding of the crew's baseline before they're exposed to deep space. We collect in-mission data. I actually wore one today. It's an actigraphy device, and the crew is wearing it even on their day off today. So we can track their activity as well as their sleep patterns and getting an understanding of the way they're interacting and using the cabin and some other things. We also collect a lot of data post-mission. Something I'm really excited about is our R+0 or return +0 data collection on their cognitive performance as well as their operational performance. Humans are very adaptable, but that transition, because we are so adaptable, is something that we pay attention to for preparation for things like landing on the moon someday. So that's an important data collection for us. And then other data collection after post-mission also includes a really important debrief. So we get an understanding of where there might be performance sticking points, or where the crew might need more supports with behavioral health or how to team together. And so it's critical that we can get an understanding of the data, but then explore this data with the crew, and they really provide important insights. This crew is the only one that's gone into deep space since we've had more modern methods of looking at these things, and so getting their interpretation of what happened is really important context for us to understand.
And so Orion is significantly smaller than the International Space Station, which a lot of us are used to, but how will that size impact how the 4 crew members are living and working together on their mission?
Well, that's a very good question and something I'm interested to find out. So one of the aspects of teamwork we look at is something called group living, that concept of being considerate of others and being tidy in the workspace, and how does the space work in terms of habitability and being able to be together in that small environment. And Orion's interesting. It's very small. The International Space Station is something like a 6-bedroom apartment, and this is something like the size of a camper van or 2 small vans. It's a little different, though, without gravity in the way that we have in Earth, and that you can use little cubbies of it and different spaces on it. So I'm really interested to hear from the crew, is it as tight as it seems? Did they have procedures and workarounds to make it seem more roomy? Particularly interested in sleep. So right now in the International Space Station, sleep is very well managed, and they have private sleeping areas, and it's just it's conducive to sleep. But Orion's quite different, and it's similar to hammocks or just spread across in that small environment in a different way. And so it'll be really interesting to hear from the crew. Well, one is to look at their sleep patterns with our watches like this that we have with them, but second, to get their perspective on, did it work out? And one of the reasons it's good to hear their perspective is because this is a 10-day mission, but we're looking at a sustained presence on the moon, 45-day missions, longer. And so some of the stuff will be passable for a 10-day mission, but they'll also give us insights into, we worked it out, but there's going to have to be a different setup or different ways of using Orion for longer missions.
And you touched on how this is a test flight. Is there anything that you're hoping to learn that maybe you haven't learned yet from the 7 days that we've done? There's probably going to be a lot of data collection even after the mission.
I'm really interested in this part of the mission. So we've done testing of Orion. It was magical to do the Lunar Flyby. That is really meaningful work. Now we're on the way home when the high is kind of over, right? And so there's fixing toilets today and some other things that it's kind of coming off of that high. We know from our data that having positive affect, having that excited feeling can actually help your performance and really is important for the crew in terms of their well-being. So even this coming down, I'll be curious how they react to that. And so it's still a critical part of the human test, even though we're done with a lot of the other testing, although testing is ongoing on pretty much everything. But
so you touched on it a little bit, but what role does team dynamics play in your study?
Team dynamics is one of our main pillars that we look at. So we're interested in both how the crew works together as a team, but also how they work back with mission control. A lot of the ways we do things right now are based on real-time interaction. And as we create a sustained presence on the moon and are increasingly looking to things like Mars, we'll become more Earth independent. So we have to push some of the decision-making to the crew, some of the problem-solving to the crew. And so looking at that dynamic both within the crew but then back with mission control so we can kind of create this Earth independent eventual direction that we're trying for.
That's super interesting. So what about sleep? So what role does this wrist device play in tracking their sleep, and how does sleep play into this study?
Sleep's really important. Even in this mission, we pushed the crew a couple times, and they had smaller sleep intervals than you would expect or that you would even suggest from a performance perspective. Co-investigator on this project is Dr. Erin Flynn Evans at the Sleep Lab out of Ames, Sleep and Fatigue Lab. And so she and her team actually tested some of these patterns ahead of time to make sure that performance could still be sustained under the extremes of not only being in...
Houston, the saws are parked. You are go for exercise.
Copy. Thanks. Starting now.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard a call up there from the Capcom, or capsule communicator, here in Mission Control to NASA astronaut Christina Koch, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They mentioned that the solar array wings, or those saws, there's 4 of those attached to the Orion spacecraft that manage power generation. Those have been placed in a park position, so the crew is now able to resume their exercise, that exercise using the flywheel device on board the Orion spacecraft. All right, Suzanne, so you were talking a little bit about sleep and the role that plays.
Yeah, so as we are doing things like testing systems, sometimes you don't get all the sleep that you wanted. So we had early in the mission, for example, the crew was allowed a 4-hour sleep opportunity. Dr. Erin Flynn Evans and her team, that's collaborators on this research of ours, tested that ahead of time to make sure that it would be doable for the crew, because you're talking about a performance circumstance that's extreme. Okay, so now you're doing performance in a different type of gravity. You're in a small space. You're coordinating not only with your crew, but back with mission control. The crew is highly trained, so that goes obviously a very long way. But still, if you're tired, you can still make errors. And errors in this type of situation and in space, can have severe consequences. So we really want to make sure the crew's positioned for success. We can learn about where we can push them in a mission like this, where we were able to push them a little bit on the sleep, but then where we'll have to pull back, where there might have been areas that we've pushed a little too far. And so that's some of the data we'll be getting.
And I'm curious, so the crew right now is actually mostly an off-duty day. So does that also kind of factor in to some of your study, like when they have busy days and then they have some time off? How does that play a role into some of that health and performance?
Yeah, so on the International Space Station, some of what the Behavioral Health and Performance Operations Group is fatigue management. And so importantly, having that work-rest cycle and interval is critically important. All of us at home, when we work, we need that day off. So do astronauts. And they really need to get a lot of work done while they're up there, but they also need that time to unwind. We have research that would suggest that when you take time off, it's important that you disengage. And so crew being able to have that opportunity to have that restorative time and whatever they need to do to disengage. Like my understanding is today crew wanted a little bit more exercise time. That might not be the same for every crew, but this crew in particular, it seems like something that they're interested in and helps them kind of get that restorative time for themselves.
Super interesting. So there's lots of insights that are going to come from your study, and how will some of those insights help future missions to the moon and maybe even onto Mars one day?
Well, this is critical data for us. So we have learned a lot from low Earth orbit. We know about cognitive performance change. We know that social support is an important buffer for stress. We know that teamwork is critical for performance outcomes. Now we're asking them to do it in a completely different environment. So we're going to use those baseline from our data in low Earth orbit and really build on it using what's called a Bayesian methodology, but where you update each time with new data. And so what Archer really does, which is our research study, is really sets up the infrastructure for understanding human health and performance for Artemis missions. We'll learn from Artemis II, then we'll roll that right in to do our best estimates for Artemis III. We'll provide supports for the crew where we can in these areas, and then we will learn from that data, see where we can push a little bit more, and iterate into the Artemis missions as they get more and more difficult to create that sustained presence on the moon. It's a human performance challenge, and so it's really important to know where can we push, where are we pushing too much, because ultimately that human system is as important as all the other systems that are being tested right now.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. To wrap it up, can you tell us what you are most excited to learn regarding this mission?
I'm really interested to learn the sticking points. We try to replicate and understand space as much as possible on Earth, but when you get all of those things together, it's radiation, it's different forms of gravity, it's being in a small space. It's always surprising what kind of can be a sticking point. And so just that crew perspective on, we saw these changes in your data, but from your perspective, where are the sticking points and how do we best support crews of the future? They're the best position to tell us of what's needed to really support the Artemis III crew and then Artemis IV after that.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Suzanne Bell, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Archer Study.
Thank you, Anna.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 3 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis II mission here on flight day 7. We recently had Dr. Suzanne Bell join us to talk about the Archer study flying as part of Artemis II. And as a part of this study, NASA wants to know how Artemis II astronauts adapt to Orion's living space. The crew is wearing wristband devices that record their sleep and movements. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at how data collected before, during, and after flight will provide scientists with valuable insights into how crews adjust to life in deep space.
Have you ever lived in a dorm room or gone on vacation in a small camper van? Now imagine you're with 4 people flying around the moon in a small space. That's what our Artemis II astronauts will do in the Orion spacecraft. For comparison, the International Space Station is bigger than a 6-bedroom house, but a spacecraft like Orion provides an opportunity for scientists to gain valuable insights into how crews traveling to deep space adjust to living in tight quarters. To better understand how isolation, confinement, and other aspects of spaceflight affect human health and performance, Artemis II crew members will evaluate their activity levels, sleep patterns, movements, and interactions for a study called Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, or Archer for short. Artemis II astronauts will wear wristband devices that record their sleep and movements, similar to a digital watch you might wear on Earth to track your daily activity. Crew members will don the monitor during the mission to provide real-time health and behavioral data. Scientists will compare what's collected in flight to baselines collected before launch and after landing. Crew members will also complete surveys and tests of motor control before and after flight to help scientists assess how well they work individually and as a team. Results of the study will provide input into the design of future Artemis missions, helping NASA pinpoint how to make the best use of space in, well, space.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You're seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it makes its return journey back home to Earth, with splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in an off-duty period. The crew is currently working through some exercise. Specifically, CSA astronaut Jeremy Hansen is working on his exercise period. The crew has about an hour block of time each day dedicated to exercise using the flywheel exercise device, but outside of those exercise blocks, the crew is mostly free to do what they want for the remainder of the day. They will have a brief private medical conference towards the end of the day, followed by a private flight director conference during which they will discuss the vehicle status along with any questions or concerns they may have going into the next flight day, and then that will wrap up flight day 7 as the crew will then head into their pre-sleep period, during which they will have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities before they head into sleep. The crew's sleep period is expected to begin in about 4 hours and 40 minutes from now.
Houston integrity, low priority question for prop system when you have a minute.
We have as many minutes as you need.
That should be quick. We see that the prop system is reconfigured after RTC-1. The only thing that we wanted to clarify from our crew displays is that it looks to us like Oxhelium Isol 1 is both closed and inhibited. We expected it to be closed, but not inhibited.
Checking. And Reid, you are just one step ahead of us. We had inhibited it as part of the recovery process, but we are about to re-enable it as our last step.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. And while I got you, just wanted to give you a heads up. We've got slot 4 active on board for RTC last.
All right, high fives all around. That's a big accomplishment for the team and for the mission. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, of which you can see a live view of the exterior of that spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth. That communication between the crew and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which you can see a look at that Capcom console in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. The Capcom currently on console is Test Caswell for Orbit 2. The communication was related to the prop or propulsion system prior to the earlier return trajectory correction 1 burn, which was completed at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. There were some cautions that were received on screen ahead of that burn related to the prop system, and there were recovery steps put in work related to those cautions, warnings, or cautions, and those recovery steps are almost complete. And all of this being managed by the propulsion officer here in Mission Control Houston. That goes by prop, and they are responsible for monitoring the spacecraft's propellants to complete burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes.
Integrity Houston for any available regarding additional annotations on science impact flashes.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, we understand that you guys have some additional annotations that you made in OneNote regarding impact flashes, and the easiest way we think to get that to us is if you would take a screenshot of those additional annotations and place that in imagery for downlink, which will save us having to re-downlink the OneNote file.
Okay, I'll do that right now. It'll be on PCD3, and it is a work of art.
Copy, Jeremy. We look forward to taking a look.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. A few moments ago, you heard some additional communication between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the team here at Mission Control. They were discussing some science observations that had been made yesterday during the Lunar Flyby, specifically related to some impact flashes that the crew saw during the eclipse period at the very end of the Lunar Flyby. These impact flashes are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking.
Confirm we are go for secondary wastewater dump.
Checking. And Integrity Houston for the CCU dumps, we are still analyzing imagery related to the timelined dump. We would like you to hold off on any additional dumping until the end of our analysis activity, which is in approximately 90 minutes, and we'll give you a call when that's complete.
Okay, we copy. Holding off on dumping. If you confirm 19er or 9er 0 minutes.
And that is 9er 0 minutes. Of course, you can let us know if that's an issue for you guys.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Again, some additional communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell, regarding a wastewater dump. They were working to complete a wastewater dump about an hour ago, and then they put a pause on some additional wastewater dumps for about 90 minutes. And then prior to that most recent call, the crew was also calling down related to some clarification for observations they had made during the Lunar Flyby related to some impact flashes. Again, these are flashes of light from meteoroids that are striking at the surface of the moon. Earlier in the day, as part of Flight Day 7, the crew did have a post-lunar flyby crew conference with the science team here on the ground to discuss some of their observations while they were still top of mind. Currently here in Mission Control, the science officer on console is Angela Garcia.
just for your planning purposes, and so you're tracking what I'm doing here. I was scheduled for aerobic today. I'm going to go ahead and film resistive exercise just because of our tightened timeline. Resistive goes a little faster, and I prefer more resistive anyway. But let me know if anyone has any major heartache with that, and I'll switch back to aerobic.
Copy. Checking. Integrity Houston, back with you on the exercise question. So there are a couple of factors here for you, Jeremy. One, since this is a recorded session, we are looking to get one of aerobic and one of resistive. And because of other activities tomorrow, we think that the resistive fits better tomorrow from a spatial constraints perspective, which is why we had aerobic today. So we're leaning towards recommending that you stick with aerobic today. But additional context is that we do have some wiggle room to extend the time frame where you guys can be exercising today if needed.
Okay, Houston, I can do aerobic today.
Thanks, Jeremy. Integrity Houston for SA regarding a ground activity.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, Reid, just wanted to let you know the ground is about to take a team photo at 4:25 your time. So I will be stepping away from the desk, but I will have my device on speaker. So if you call, it'll just take me an extra minute to pop over here and respond.
Okay, no problem. And we see that the prop system is in the configuration we expected. Thank you.
Fantastic. That is true. Integrity Houston for secondary dumping.
Go ahead.
Reid, some good news. We have determined that we are okay if you have additional CCUs that you want to dump. We would just appreciate it if you would let us know anytime you're initiating a dump until MET of 5:36. We are still collecting imagery associated with that first dump, and it'll just help us to know when additional dumps happen.
Okay, sounds good. We're going to have a dump in about 1 minute here, plus or minus a few minutes. Well, not minus a few, but maybe plus a few. And I thought you were taking a picture, Tess.
We are about to. We're waiting for one very important flight director to arrive.
Okay, great. As we told the Orbit 2 team, really savor these moments as you got the whole group together to take a picture, and just we're really proud of everyone, and we're having a good time up here. Thank you.
Hey, I had you on speaker for that, and we really appreciate your words. The whole team heard you, and we are all really proud to be here with you.
Excellent. And Victor just had a great comment. If you guys get a couple of these early drafts of these pictures of y'all, put them in the mission summary. We'd love to see your faces.
We can absolutely do that.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft on the left-hand side of your screen. Those views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. And that communication with the ground discussing ongoing wastewater dumps. And then they were also discussing a team photo that's about to take place here on the ground with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. Throughout the mission, there have been 3 different flight directors supporting the Orbit 2 team, starting with Flight Director Paul Kanya, Flight Director Diane Daly, and supporting the Orbit 2 team today. And for the remainder of the Orbit 2s for the Artemis II mission is Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak. This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. Now joining me on console, I have Dr. Brian Crucian. He is the principal investigator for Artemis II's immune biomarker study. Welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, to start off, can you tell us a little bit about your role during this mission?
I'm the principal investigator for the immunology biomarker study, but it has a large team of co-investigators both in NASA and external and globally, actually. And we're very excited to get biosamples down from the Artemis II crew and be able to say some things about how we're physiologically adapting to deep space.
All right, so the scientific usefulness of saliva is something that most of us here on Earth usually don't think about. So how are you collecting those samples?
We're collecting both blood and saliva samples. The name of the study is biomarkers, and so biomarkers are measurable indicators of pathological processes or normal physiological adaptation. And so you go to the doctor, you go out for a blood test or any type of similar test, and we're basically doing the same thing. We're the reference laboratory, medical reference laboratory for the astronauts. And so we want to get these samples down, pre-flight samples, in-flight samples, post-flight samples, and it will tell us about how they're adapting to the spaceflight environment. We don't have a lot of the laboratory equipment that we have on station, unfortunately. It's a different type of vehicle. And so we had to do things a little bit differently. On ISS, we can collect venous blood samples, and they can be partially processed on board, frozen and stabilized for return. We first thought we wouldn't be able to get in-flight samples from the initial Artemis missions, but then we had some innovation happen at NASA, and we decided to expand some dry collection technology to enable this to happen, and it's worked really well. We're very excited about it.
All right, show off this dry collection book for the camera. So how does this work?
This is the magic that makes it all happen. And so the crew member will, I only have one hand, let me change hands here with the microphone button. And so basically the crew members expose these pages and put it in their mouth, get it wet, and then let the pages air dry. And literally, this is it. It can go in the pocket, it can go in a bag, it can come down. And the analytes that we look at are very stable on this media for incredibly long lengths of time. We did this on board ISS for cortisol only. I'll show a quick picture of that. This is a collection on board ISS, dry saliva. It was actually pioneered by a man named Dr. Mark Laudenschlager, and but we were only doing cortisol because liquid samples are better than dry samples. And so the reason we needed the book for cortisol was we needed multiple samples in a day for circadian rhythm. And so we thought for Artemis missions, this might be the solution. And so we've pioneered basically trying to do everything else that one might need to look at in astronauts off of these books. Stress hormones, markers of inflammation, latent virus DNA, and bit by bit, by changing the papers, the reconstitution methods, it all worked. And so this is it. They'll do these books before flight, during flight, after flight. We've seen them in some of the live shots from Artemis II on the walls of the cabin drying, so it's been really cool. We get all excited about that. And we can't wait to get the samples down and be able to say something about how we're adapting to deep space.
That's super interesting. And actually, every day or on several days on the crew's timeline, we actually see a reminder right before their sleep period to collect their saliva sample. So it's interesting now to know exactly what that was for. But let's dig a little bit more into this. So can viruses reactivate in space?
Yeah, you heard me mention latent virus DNA, and I've been here for about 25 years, and it's been an interesting arc of discovery, medically speaking. I'm an immunologist, we went from not knowing if we had an immunology problem during space flight to getting some post-flight samples from shuttle missions and realizing, wow, there's a tremendous changes there. But is it just landing? We had to wait for the next study to get in-flight samples to know that, yeah, we've actually got an in-flight issue here with the immune system. And so Station allowed us to characterize this over 6 months. But what we've done is try to connect the immune problem to the virus problem. And so everybody became an immunologist during COVID. We've all heard about CD4 T cells and antiviral immunity. But this is what's going on with the astronauts and the clinical risks that we're worried about. When their immune system becomes compromised, latent viruses may reactivate and cause risks during deep space missions. And these are the viruses. When you get a cold, someone gets you on an elevator, your kid's from daycare, about a week later, that cold virus is completely gone from your body. You're then immune to that cold virus, and you generally won't get that one again. Problem is there's hundreds and hundreds of cold viruses. But some of these special viruses establish what we call latency in the body. You don't clear them. They're with you for the rest of your life. A good example is chickenpox. We get that when we're young. The virus is called varicella zoster. And you don't clear that virus. It establishes latency. And every day of your life, that virus is trying to wake up and cause disease. And your cytotoxic T cells, not to get too jargony, but that's what controls the virus. So during space, if your cytotoxic T cells aren't working as well, the virus is going to wake up. It was actually NASA that pioneered finding that these viruses can be detected in saliva of stressed individuals who aren't really sick yet. It's the changes that precede disease that are associated with the stress. It was Dr. Dwayne Pearson, Dr. Satish Mehta, and so it was fascinating, but we didn't associate that with clinical illness yet in astronauts, but it was a great biomarker for clinically relevant immune problems. Later on station, we started to connect it to issues the crew were having, some of the crew, dermatitis events. We actually had a case of zoster on orbit, shingles. That's the disease that is recreated by the same virus that caused chickenpox when you're either tremendously stressed or elderly. And so we actually had that happen on station once.
So you mentioned a little bit about reactivation of viruses, but what specific spaceflight hazards can contribute to that reactivation?
Oh, that's a great question, and there are so many. And so stress, physiological and psychological stress, anybody who's experienced a period of tremendous stress in their life, that's when you get your colds, that's when you get sick. Med students taking exams, bereavement. There are a lot of situations on the ground where we get stressed and we get sick. But also microgravity, just being weightless, the immune system doesn't function as well. It fascinates me to this day. If we were on station right now, we could do some somersaults and throw some M&Ms at each other, and it looks great. But in fact, the cells know something's wrong and don't function as well. And so several of the immune cells, also natural killer cells, control cancer. They don't work as well during spaceflight. Some of Dr. Richard Simpson's work. And so these are the immune changes that persist during flight. And it's stress, to answer your question, stress, microgravity, radiation. The most radiosensitive cells in the body are the immune precursors in the bone marrow. And so altered nutrition, isolation, confinement, all of these things. So space is what we call an applied experiment. It's not just one variable, but it's a whole bunch. If we were doing this in the laboratory, I'd want to look at one thing at a time. But during space, we're really just characterizing what is space flight, which is the amalgamation of all these variables.
So it's a combination of a lot of different things, but looking forward, how will insights from your study benefit future missions to the moon and also onto Mars?
Well, once we collect, and I say we, it's the global spaceflight immunology community, characterized this, and once we saw some adverse clinical events in some of the astronauts that we thought were related to it, we moved on to countermeasures. And so we've already been developing the countermeasure protocol to try and fix this. Now, the happy part of the story is that on station, we've kind of already fixed this problem. They've already deployed a whole bunch of countermeasures to station. The improved aerobic and resistive exercise devices, improved nutrition, communications, and all of these things have benefited stress and they've benefited immune, in particular exercise. But most of these countermeasures don't translate well to deep space missions. So we're going to increase the stressors and probably to some degree decrease our ability to care for them halfway to Mars. So we need a countermeasure that's specific for deep space missions. And so we've already developed that international team of experts and clinicians, and so that's being tested on the ground right now. And to look for a test bed, we look for a place terrestrially that recreates that spaceflight stressor, and the best place ended up being Antarctica. Wintering over there, which is a 1-year mission, 24-hour darkness, isolation, extreme environment, is the perfect place to test these immune countermeasures for flight. And so that's happening right now with the National Science Foundation at Palmer Station. And we're excited to get those samples back and see if the countermeasure we've developed for this problem is working.
That is super interesting, and I know there's lots of different analogs for all sorts of different human spaceflight things going on. We also have the CHAPEA and Hera and all sorts of things that are often going on. But what are you personally most excited to learn from this mission and this study?
I'm excited, after 30 years here, that we're beyond the Van Allen belt. I mean, I can hardly believe it. I'm so excited. And so everybody on our team is. We're excited that a way emerged to get these samples and to characterize deep space stressors.
Go ahead.
Jeremy just completed his aerobic. Please let me know when the vehicle dynamics support me getting on for resistive.
And Reid, we just went around the room. Oh. We are all good. You can begin exercise now if you'd like.
Okay, we will. It is pretty interesting up here. I'm sure you see in the data, but we can definitely feel the vehicle moving around when folks are exercising. It's pretty cool to just sit there and float and feel the vehicle kind of. It's not like a ship rocking in the ocean, but you definitely feel it wiggling around.
We also see it in the SAW video as well as our data, but good to hear your report on it as well.
Hey, one last question. This is for a little later tonight, but we kind of want to do a couple deep sky long exposure photographs. If the SAWs are in the windows and it's possible to get the lights turned off on the SAW cameras in about an hour, we might appreciate that, but clearly not if it interrupts any sort of ops down there.
Reid, we think that will be doable. We will double check and we'll let you know when you're done exercising.
Okay, great. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there between the ground and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were discussing some exercise activities. So CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen just completed his daily exercise. And then Reid Wiseman, NASA astronaut and commander of the Orion spacecraft, is about to begin his exercise using that flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, joining me here in Mission Control, I have Brian Krushin, principal investigator for Artemis II's immune biomarker study. Again, you were talking a little bit about what you were most excited to learn about from this mission.
Yeah, we're just thrilled that it all came together so well technically, and that we were able to get these all this suite of analytes to come out of these books. It's more than I even mentioned. Bone markers, nutritional status markers. Dr. Scott Smith, the nutritionist, he's a part of this. And so we're going to get a really comprehensive snapshot of how we're adapting in flight just off the saliva books. So I'm excited about that, but it was also just a thrill to train the crew to do these ops, and they're so amazing. So we're enjoying it.
So you've talked a lot about the saliva books, but what about this blood collection that you're also doing? Can we talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so saliva is a wonderful biofluid to get and analyze because it's non-invasive. I don't have to stick a needle in you to get it. It's readily available and you can collect it. And it's basically a filtrate or a distillate of blood plasma anyway. And so we've tried to shift for remote locations or operationally constrained things to saliva where we can, but there's still some things that you really need blood sample for. And so dry blood has actually been around for a while. primarily for pediatrics. They do a heel stick on them for a variety of things. But we do have dry blood as a part of this study also. And so here's the dry blood card that will be used. But we don't have in-flight dry blood for Artemis II. It'll be in-flight for Artemis 3 through 6, which are also a part of this study. But we're doing it pre and post for Artemis II. And I think Reid posted a really cool picture on Instagram of him doing his dry blood collection training.
And they collect it using a little finger prick?
Yeah, this is a standard lancet that anybody would use to do a finger stick. And then the collections are done over the paper like this. The thing that most people don't realize is that everybody that does this uses gravity and cheats. And so doing this in microgravity was something that we were a little bit concerned about. Would surface tension dominate, and would you be able to get a clean drop onto these? And so Dr. Doug Diak in my laboratory actually flew this hardware on the zero-G parabolic aircraft and triaged these collection materials and worked out that problem so that it's ready for Artemis III.
That is super interesting. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. So just to round it out, what's it like to see your team's ideas and science flying on the Artemis II mission?
I can't believe that we get to be here and do this. Look where I am right now. What a thrill. And so, no, we're really enjoying it. It's humbling to get to see astronauts around the moon collecting biosamples for us, and we want to do a really good job for them. And just today, we were working out our schedule for after the last samples are collected post-flight, the staging of the reconstitution of these papers, and analyzing all of this. And so it's a real thrill for everyone on our team.
Well, thank you so much, Brian Krushin. Again, he is the principal investigator for the immune biomarker study flying on Artemis II. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 5 hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently awake but in an off-duty period. We recently had Dr. Brian Crucian join us to talk about the immune biomarker study flying as part of Artemis II. Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health, so before, during, and after their trek around the moon, the Artemis II astronauts are collecting saliva samples. These samples will help scientists probe how the immune system reacts to deep space so that NASA can ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Let's take a look to learn a bit more about this human research study.
What can Artemis II astronauts' saliva tell us? Saliva can tell us a lot about astronaut health. Just one tiny sample provides a window into what's happening into a crew member's body. When Artemis II flies around the moon, the crew will provide saliva samples for a study called immune biomarkers, which probes how the immune system reacts to deep space travel. This research builds on studies we've done before. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station collect liquid saliva samples with tiny oral swabs that roll around in their mouths. They also provide dry samples by blotting their saliva onto special paper that's carefully preserved at room temperature and brought back to Earth for analysis. Artemis missions won't have much onboard room for a refrigerator to store liquid samples. As a result, crew members will take dry samples periodically during their mission so that researchers can see how their immune system changes over time. NASA has been using saliva samples to help understand astronauts' health for decades. During the shuttle program, they discovered that dormant viruses in our bodies, including the one that causes shingles, can reawaken in space. Researchers are unsure why this happens, but think it has something to do with how the body responds to the extreme environment of space, including changes to circadian rhythms, stress, diet, radiation exposure, and weightlessness. By knowing more about how deep space travel affects the immune system, Artemis missions will help NASA ensure that humans, rather than viruses, thrive in space as we venture onward to the Red Planet and beyond.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, as it makes its way back to Earth. Yesterday, on flight day 6, the crew spent the majority of their day in a lunar flyby observation period. And following that lunar flyby, the crew officially began their return journey back to Earth. And then earlier today, they had their first return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1. That burn taking place at 7:03 p.m. Central Time, 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time to further fine-tune its trajectory to set it up for a re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. Over the past few hours, we've had a couple of human research experts join us to discuss the human research that's flying as part of Artemis II. One of those is the immune biomarkers experiment, which is exploring how the immune system reacts to spaceflight. And we also had someone with us to speak about the Archer study, which stands for Artemis Research for Crew Health and Readiness, which is evaluating how crew members perform individually and as a team throughout the mission, including how easily they can move around within the confined space of their Orion spacecraft. The crew is also collecting a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body as part of a third study called Artemis II Standard Measures. Additionally, radiation sensors were placed inside the Orion spacecraft cells to collect additional information about radiation shielding functionality, and organ-on-a-chip devices as part of the AVATAR study containing astronaut cells are studying how deep space travel affects humans at a cellular level.
Integrity Houston on OE1 for email status and SAW camera LEDs.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jeremy 2 heads up items. We finished the email sync, so the hands-off email in the crew band no longer applies. Secondly, Reid had asked if we could turn off the SAW camera LEDs. There were no constraints against that, so we turned all 4 off.
Okay, those are great items for us. Appreciate it.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 5 hours, and 39 minutes and counting into the Artemis II mission following a liftoff from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, which includes NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman serving as the commander, NASA astronaut.
Houston Integrity, I've got AGA readings for you.
We are ready to copy.
Okay, CO2 is 1.1, O2 is 27, cabin temperature is 74.8, pressure is 10.35, and I think we would be ready to go to the reduced fan settings if you could do that for us.
We will put that in work.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard the crew, namely CSA or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, call down with some AGA readings. That stands for Anomaly Gas Analyzer, which is a portable laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants and also provides updates on levels such as carbon dioxide in the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. They provide these readings periodically throughout the day and throughout the entirety of the mission. The console position here in Mission Control that monitors these readings is ECOM, which is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. And they are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems, and they also manage emergency response. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently winding down for their day, although they spent most of the day in an off-duty period, so they were free to do as they pleased. So the crew is wrapping up some exercise using that flywheel exercise device, and then they will be moving into their daily private medical conference with the medical teams on the ground, and these are daily conferences throughout the mission, and then they will move into their private flight director conference. So they also meet daily with the flight director in Mission Control to provide an update on vehicle status and answer any questions or comments they may have for the remainder of the mission, along with some of their upcoming activities. And then once those two private conferences are complete with the crew, they will be heading into their pre-sleep period. This is an approximately 2.5 hour block of time during which the crew typically eats their dinner, and they also prepare for sleep by completing any hygiene activities and winding down for the day. Today, during dinner, some of the options for the crew include tomato basil soup, lasagna with meat, Italian vegetables, chicken strips in salsa, and maple cream cookies. The Space Food Systems Laboratory here in Houston, Texas at NASA's Johnson Space Center is responsible for the preparation of the crew's food, not just on board the Orion spacecraft, but also for the International Space Station crews. Typically ahead of any mission, the crews will meet with the Space Food Systems Laboratory to go over their menus and options for their flight. There are several different ways that Space Food Systems Laboratory team will prepare the food. That includes freeze drying the food, where they will remove the water contents, and then on board the spacecraft, the crew is able to rehydrate it. And then there's also thermal stabilization, which are similar to military meals ready to eat. And then there are also some commercial off-the-shelf products that are flown as well. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are at a mission elapsed time of 6 days and 6 hours exactly. This image on your screen was captured by the Artemis II crew earlier today, and it shows our galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, and its elegant spiral structure dominated by just two arms wrapping off the ends of a central bar of stars. Spanning more than 100,000 light years, Earth is located along one of the galaxy's spiral arms about halfway from the center. Again, the crew's been capturing a ton of imagery during their flight, and we will continue to upload it as we receive it. And then this image, also captured earlier today, shows the engines on the Orion spacecraft's service module, prominently featured. And it was taken from one of the cameras mounted on a solar array wing. And this image here, another one that was recently uploaded, was captured during the first shift of the Lunar Flyby observation period on flight day 6, which was yesterday. And the Artemis II crew was able to capture more than 2/3 of the moon, showcasing the intricate features of the near side. The 600-mile wide impact crater, known as the Orion Basin, lies along the transition between the near and far sides and is sometimes partly visible from Earth. The round black spot northeast of the Oriental is Grimaldi Crater, known for its exceptionally dark mare lava floor and heavily degraded rim. And then finally, this image shows the lower half of the moon hanging suspended in time, and this photograph also captured during the Lunar Flyby observation period by the Artemis II crew. In the upper center of the photo is again the Oriental Basin, which is a prominent feature with a black patch of ancient lava in the center that punched through the moon's crust in an eruption billions of years ago. Again, the crew has been capturing some outstanding imagery. As that imagery continues to be downlinked, we are continuing to process through that imagery alongside our science teams, and we'll continue to upload it and share it with the world.
Hansen, I am sure you know, but we're just running a little long on this PMC, and we'll be ready for the flight director conference in probably 5 to 10 minutes.
Copy. Yep, no rush. We are ready when you are.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard a call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft. They were referencing a PMC, which stands for Private Medical Conference. All 4 crew members are currently participating in that private medical conference. Again, these are standard conferences with the crew's medical teams on the ground that take place towards the end of every flight day.
Houston, we're configuring for OE2. We'll see the flight directors over there.
We are there and ready.
This is Artemis Mission Control. Another call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, noting that they had wrapped up their private medical conference and were now heading into their private flight director conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston. Again, this is another daily private conference that takes place typically at the end of every flight day. and it allows the crew to discuss the spacecraft status and any other items directly with the flight director to close out the day. You heard them reference OE2. That is in reference to the communication loops that come down from the spacecraft. Specifically, it stands for Orion to Earth.
Integrity Houston for good night number 1.
We're listening to some nice soothing music up here, and we are ready for good night number 1.
Love to hear it. Just a couple of things. We did normalize OE2, so that's back in nominal config. And the next, letting you know, we did adjust the cabin fan speed. You probably felt it. And we took the ARS back to awake. We did have one question just for data collection purposes. When you've asked us for the fan speed changes, we know originally it was for temperature. Since then, have airflow or noise also factored into these requests?
I would say both. This cabin is, there's probably a lot of meetings going on, but this cabin is much more comfortable with these fan settings, both from the way it feels like it distributes air more evenly because it's not just a windstorm on one side and quiet synapse on the other. It just feels more comfortable across. The temperature feels more consistent across the cabin. It is much more comfortable to live at this fan speed. So overall, for us, this is a far preferable configuration.
Copy. Thanks for the additional data. And then we had a follow-on question for ECOM, which is the increased fan speed that you requested following exercise this morning. Is that something that you'd like us to put in place for all exercise going forward?
I would say just increase the fan speed for exercise and then just run the nominal, and then we'll let you know. But we did need a little more circulation this morning.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the feedback. We'll implement that going forward. And with that, I will bid you good night, at least the first time.
Thank you very much, and just confirm secondary dump is go for the night.
Affirm, go to dump for the night.
Okay, great. Thanks, Tess. We'll talk to you in a couple.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 6 days, 6 hours and 28 minutes into the Artemis II mission. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a view of the Orion spacecraft, this view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And then on the right-hand side, that view is of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis and provides updates on the spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. So currently the Orion spacecraft and its crew are about 63,000 miles away from the Moon and about 217,000 miles away from Earth as they continue their return journey back home to planet Earth. The crew was calling down ahead of entering their pre-sleep period. They were speaking with the CAPCOM, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who for the Orbit 2 shift is Tess Caswell. They were referencing some of the cabin fans and the speed of those cabin fans, specifically around some of their exercise period. Those cabin fans are managed by the ECOM position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they are responsible for internal thermal control systems as well as air and water supply and purification systems. And now that the crew has also completed their exercise for the day, again, they use a device on the Orion spacecraft called the flywheel, which is about the size of an extra large shoebox and operates similar to a rowing machine and allows for different types of exercise, including aerobics and resistive exercise. So now that the crew has completed that exercise, the MPO, or Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control Houston, is able to move the solar array wings from the saw park position, which they were in for that exercise period. The Mechanical and Power Officer here in Mission Control is responsible for the electrical power generation, as well as the solar arrays and the array rotation mechanisms and power distribution systems on the Orion spacecraft. This position also manages crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems.
The moon could have human visitors for the first time.
You know, I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought that up, though. I think these observances are important, and as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, you know, the beauty of creation, prepared. I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought that up, though. I think these observances are important, and as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, you know, the personal is that I can really see Earth as the amazing things. You have this, guys are talking to us because we're in a spaceship really far from Earth, but created to give us a place to live in the universe. The distance we are from you makes you think what we're doing is, just trust me, you are this emptiness verse. We get to think as we go, whether you, this is an opportunity for our, and that we are the same thing and that this together.
While we were in that LOS with the crew, they were in their midday meal, and some of the options they had today include chicken noodle soup, chicken with peanut sauce, spicy green beans, mashed potatoes, roasted turkey, rice, tomatoes and artichokes, spaghetti with meat sauce, vegetable casserole, sweet and savory kale, shrimp curry with rice, and a personal favorite, macaroni and cheese. I cannot omit that there was also a cosmic brownie as a dessert option.
Landed on the moon in 1972 in a lunar module we named Orion. I'm glad to see a different kind of Orion helping return humans to the moon.
Artemis II is MET 3 days, 2 hours, 38 minutes into its flight, and we have just crossed the 2/3 mark on the way to the moon.
Just seeing Tycho, there's mountains to the north. You can see Copernicus, Rainier Gamma. It's just in 3 dimension and absolutely unbelievable. This is incredible.
Thanks to you and the whole team on the ground for building on our Apollo legacy with Artemis. Godspeed and safe travels home.
Houston, Integrity, good morning and happy Easter to everyone down on Earth. We wanted to kick off our Easter Sunday by honoring our crewmate, our friend Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, with his flown astropin.
Just with our plain eyes, you can really start to see topography. There is elevation on the moon, not just variation in color, and that already makes the moon look wildly different.
Your Integrity crew is go for TLI. With this burn to the moon, we do not leave Earth. We choose it.
Humanity has once again shown what we are capable of, and it's your hopes for the future that carry us now on this journey around the moon.
And Integrity Houston, we have some news to share with you. As of 30 seconds ago, you are now closer to the moon than you are to us on Earth.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity by its crew, are currently in their pre-sleep period. They entered this pre-sleep period about half an hour ago, and this pre-sleep period typically lasts about 2.5 hours. The crew is expected to enter their sleep period in about an hour and 45 minutes, and that will close out flight day 7. The majority of today has been spent in a crew off-duty period, so the crew has had a chance to have time to themselves, especially following yesterday's busy Lunar Flyby observation period. The crew, though, did have the opportunity early in the day to speak directly with the science team here in Mission Control about their post-lunar flyby observations. This crew conference allowed the crew to provide those observations and also allowed the science team an opportunity to ask additional questions about some of the imagery and data that's been downlinked from that observation period. Again, all of this taking place not long after the lunar flyby itself, so that the crew still had it fresh and top of mind. Following that post-lunar flyby crew conference, the crew was again mostly in an off-duty state. They did have the opportunity to do their daily exercise using the flywheel device, and then they moved into their midday meal before preparing for the return trajectory correction burn That is the first of 3 planned return trajectory correction burns to further fine-tune the trajectory and the path of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back to Earth ahead of an entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. Coming up tomorrow on flight day 8, the crew will complete an OIG DFTO, and that stands for Orion Crew Survival System Suit Orthostatic Intolerance Garment Developmental Flight Test Objective. During this objective, the crew will assist each other with body circumference measurements and evaluate the donning, wearing, and doffing process for the orthostatic intolerance garment. And they will also complete a questionnaire detailing the ease of donning and doffing, which is the putting on and taking off, and how long that process takes and the overall fit of that garment. Also on the schedule for flight day 8 is the second part of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective. They did complete the first part of this objective earlier in the mission when they were able to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom. And the 6 degrees of freedom refers to the 6 ways a spacecraft moves. And there are 3 translational degrees of freedom and 3 rotational degrees of freedom. But tomorrow, during the second part of this manual piloting developmental flight test objective, the crew will center a target in the window field of view and manually pilot to the bias tail to sun attitude. And this manual piloting flight test objective is designed to test the handling qualities and guidance, navigation, and control systems of the Orion spacecraft. And by manually piloting the capsule to a bias tail to sun attitude, it allows them to manage the thermal constraints and power generation of the spacecraft.
Houston integrity for PCD-1.
Go ahead.
Are you all remoted into that? I just got a micro SD D drive failure, and then I saw a bunch of windows open and then close on my PCD like someone was trying to troubleshoot it. I just want to go hands off if you need it. Otherwise, I'll just assume it was a hiccup, and maybe I need to reseat that micro SD card again.
And Reid, we were not on that PCD. We are good with your plan to reseat that SD card, and if you have any other issues, we are standing by to help.
Okay, great. I know everybody already knows my password, so my PIN code, so that's great. That was awesome. Okay, thanks a lot, Tess. We'll call you in a couple.
All sounds good. Good night, number 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control. That communication there between NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman, who is the commander of the Artemis II mission on board the Orion spacecraft, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, who is currently Tess Caswell. They were discussing one of the PCDs that refers to the portable computing devices, basically the tablets that the crew uses throughout the mission to monitor procedures, timelines, etc. And those devices are managed by the CDH position here at Mission Control, which refers to the Command and Data Handling Console. And they monitor the various computer and avionics subsystems and ensure the health and functionality of the spacecraft's electronic equipment.
While we were in that LOS with the crew, they were in their midday meal, and some of the options they had today include chicken noodle soup, chicken with peanut sauce, spicy green beans, mashed potatoes, roasted LOS with the LO. While we were in that soup, chicken meat sauce, and a personal favorite was also a cosmic brownie as a dessert option.
These views are coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wing cameras on board the Orion spacecraft. Throughout the mission, we've been providing live views.
You know, I don't have anything prepared. I'm glad you brought that up, though. I think these observances are important, and as we are so far from Earth and looking back at, you know, the beauty of creation, I think for me, one of the really important personal perspectives that I have up here is I can really see Earth as one thing. And, you know, when I read the Bible and I look at all of the amazing things that were done for us who were created, it's
of miles on carried on signals from NASA's powerful communication system, such as the Deep Space Network. Let's go ahead and learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis II will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis II mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency. In the future, we'll upgrade these systems on Earth so that image and video clarity improve with each moon mission. With the Artemis II test flight, we're evaluating the communications infrastructure that will help carry us into the future as we explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
And this is Mission Control Houston. Again, that video providing a little bit more information about some of the communication networks that are used throughout the mission. Again, the Orion spacecraft currently transmitting data and communications through what is known as the Deep Space Network, as the Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently about 216,000 miles away from the Earth. And following yesterday's lunar flyby, their distance from the moon is increasing, so they're now about 64,000 miles away from the moon.
in that LOS with the crew. They were in their midday meal, and some of the options they had today include chicken noodle soup, chicken with peanut sauce, spicy green beans, mashed potatoes, roast
Integrity Houston for a quid check.
Yeah, go ahead, Tess.
Hey, Reid, we are seeing one of four temperature sensors diverge on the SM ox helium temperature sensors. We think this is a sensor issue. We've got three good ones. The fourth one is just walking off. But the caution warning associated with that would potentially enunciate in about 2 hours at the current sensor walk-off rate. We think the quid is suppressed. We commanded it that way, but our tool is showing it enabled. So I wanted to give you the quid so that you can verify that it's suppressed so we don't ring an erroneous caution warning on you in about 2 hours.
I think we checked this one the other day, but go ahead with the quid. I'm ready.
All right, that's 2131.
2131 on board is for message caution prop SM ox helium tank T4 high. The command state is suppressed. Threshold 1 is plus 89.6.
Fantastic. Thanks for checking, and I'm glad we're not going to wake you up with that one.
Yeah, no problem. And just to be sure, this has been like a linear walk-off, right? Because T4 has been trending up the entire mission, but no changes, correct? Just a constant trend upward?
Checking.
Nah, that's okay. I'm pretty sure we're familiar with this one, so no need.
Yeah, and Reid, your memory is good. We had previously talked about this one, but because it was erratic, and now we're seeing a linear trend, so we're just protecting for that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and good night, number 3.
I think we might have hit the limit tonight. We'll see. Time will tell. Good night. Yes.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. They were referencing a caution and warning identification number. They wanted to make sure that it was suppressed, as it was going to be an erroneous caution that could possibly be triggered while the crew was asleep in the next couple of hours. These were related to some temperature sensors on some helium tanks related to the propulsion system, and those sensors being managed by the propulsion officer here in Mission Control, who monitors vehicle propellants to complete burns required for mission objectives and trajectory purposes. The crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft, which you can see a live view of that spacecraft there on your screen as it makes its return journey back home to Earth following a lunar flyby yesterday, April 6th. The crew is currently in a pre-sleep period. They're about halfway through that pre-sleep period. And during that period, they have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities, but of course there's still been some periodic calls down here to Mission Control. The crew includes NASA astronaut Reid Wiseman, who is serving as the Artemis II commander. Reid is originally from Baltimore, Maryland. He's previously been to space once before when he served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November of 2014. And during that 165-day mission, Reid and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas such as human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. During that mission, the crew set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also previously served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. Serving as the Artemis II pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. Victor was selected by NASA as an astronaut in 2013. He's originally from California, and at the time of his selection, he was serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020 when he launched as a pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, which was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. Serving as one of the 2 mission specialists is NASA astronaut Christina Koch, who is a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the NASA Astronaut Corps in 2013, which was, of course, the same astronaut candidate class as Victor Glover. She served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station from March 2019 to February 2020. And during that time, Christina Koch set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk, and before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. And then to round it all out is CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, who is also serving as a mission specialist on the Artemis II mission. Originally from London, Ontario, Canada, Jeremy was selected as an astronaut in 2009, and after his selection, he worked as a CAPCOM, or capsule communicator, here in NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. He also participated in training exercises, such as living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for 7 days, and in 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. These 4 astronauts make up the Artemis II Crew. The Artemis II Crew launched on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They completed their Lunar Flyby on Flight Day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, and now they are on the return journey of their mission. That mission expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. The crew's mission patch features is a prominent symbol of the Artemis II mission, and when they explained the patch's symbolism when they revealed it to the world last year, they said that the Artemis II test flight begins when a mighty team launches the first crew of the Artemis generation. This patch designates the mission as all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis campaign, but also an endeavor of discovery that seeks to explore for all and by all. Framed in Apollo 8's famous Earthrise photo, the scene of the Earth and the Moon represents the dual nature of human spaceflight, both equally and compelling. The Moon represents our exploration destination, focused on discovery of the unknown. The Earth represents home, focused on the perspective we gain when we look back at our shared planet and learn what it is to be uniquely human. The orbit around Earth highlights the ongoing exploration missions that have enabled Artemis to set sights on a long-term presence on the Moon and soon Mars. And now on your screen, you can see a live look of the Orion spacecraft. Of course, those 4 astronauts currently aboard as part of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference this past fall on September 24th. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across the crew and the many engineers, technicians, scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. The name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the moon and back, inspire the world, and set a course for a long-term presence at the moon. Integrity is also rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the Canadian Space Agency. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 7 hours, and 39 minutes into the Artemis II mission. A few moments ago, you probably just saw the Orion spacecraft make a small attitude maneuver. These attitude maneuvers are managed by the GNC position, which is the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They are responsible for managing the inertial measuring units, the global positioning system receivers, along with barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft. And of course, they are responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 6 days, 8 hours, and 9 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you can see on the left-hand side a live view from the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, inside the cabin, the crew is currently at the tail end of their pre-sleep period. They are expected to enter their sleep period in about 20 minutes. And that sleep period typically lasts for about 8.5 hours. Once that is complete, that will officially mark the start of flight day 8. During today's flight day 7, the crew mostly had an off-duty day. They did have a post-lunar flyby conference with the science team here on the ground towards the beginning of their day, during which they were able to discuss some of the observations they made during the lunar flyby during flight day 6, while that was still top of mind. And the science team here on the ground also had the opportunity to discuss those observations with the crew and gather any clarification and ask additional questions. The crew also had the opportunity to speak with the International Space Station crew, Expedition 74, on board the International Space Station currently during a ship-to-ship call. But besides those activities, the crew has mostly had a light day. It was considered an off-duty day for the most part. They did have to monitor the return trajectory correction 1 burn towards the middle part of their day. That burn took place at 7:03 p.m. Central, 8:03 p.m. Eastern, to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its return journey home. There are 3 total return trajectory correction burns planned. So this burn that took place earlier today was the first of that trio of burns. The final return trajectory correction burn is planned for flight day 10, which is the final flight day. It'll take place about 5 hours before entry interface. Again, that splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of California. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a view from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO. This provides updates and visualization of the Orion spacecraft, updating on the velocity and